Hello, hello, hello everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you all to the top 8 final broadcast of the CTDAS test tournament. We're gonna start just on time, just a couple of minutes late, but hopefully that won't be an issue. As you can see, we're gonna have 8 matches for today. Normally for the top 8 you only have 7, but this will include a third place match, so it will be 8 instead. Just a quick reminder for everyone, DAS only. Quick taps are allowed, and tapping beyond full DAS limits is forbidden. Let's have a look at the bracket. As we can see, we already had some unexpected upsets for round 1, which includes Sharky and Dimsy, in which Dimsy managed to sweep Sharky 3-0. Another notable upset was Pixelandi versus DMJ, of which the seed number 1 got knocked out. DMJ is a very dangerous player. Let's see if he can beat against Tripstop. Picaric is another person who got knocked out round 1, being seed 2. Only seed 3 being Heps, seed 4 being Tugi, seed 5 managed to win their round number 1. $150 prize pool in total. Thank you for $50 to an anonymous donor. And as for the prize pool distribution, half of it will go to the winner, which stands at $75, 30% to second place, and 20% to third. Alright, unfortunately DMJ cannot use Max Out Club, so the layout will be a little bit scuffed, but it functions, and as long as it functions, well, that's alright by my books. So let's go to the main panel, and both players are currently warming up at level 15. Sorry, 19. I suppose one thing I could at least do is do that. That's quite easy to do. There we go. Alright, we are slightly overdue, so I would appreciate a readiness as soon as you both are ready. And we can get on with the first match of the quarterfinals. Yes, there is. Okay. In that case, I shall get rid of it. It seems we just have to throw aesthetics out the window. Alright, as for countdown, we'll do the standard restream countdown instead of the Max Up Club countdown. So for both Tristop and DMJ, when you are ready, type ready in the chat, please. And I'll also use the standard restream ticks. See, I thought about this. At least I think I did. Alright, Tristop is ready. We'll just wait for DMJ to be ready. Alright, both players are ready. We can get on with game number 1 of match number 1. Let's count them both down in 3, 2, 1, Tetris. Now I'll try not to use my voice all in one go. I'll have to go through, I have to survive 8 matches. Alright, Tetris number 1 for Tristop. He's at 1.5 pace. DMJ having to take a few burns early on. Ooh, early dash load by DMJ early on. That will set him back a bit further. Not dangerous by any means, but in terms of efficiency, not very good. Tristop in the meantime, having a nice game so far. DMJ stack now starting to get a little bit troublesome. Can still dig out of this, but has only scored 1 Tetris in the meantime. Tristop in the other end, already enjoying a 50,000 point lead. Another Tetris for Tristop, passing 100,000. Finally, DMJ gets his second Tetris on the board. We're almost at the halfway mark. Sorry, not halfway mark. Oh my goodness me. At the 40 line mark. What I usually do is I give off score updates at line 40, the halfway mark, which is line 65, another one at line 80, another one at line 100, and then finally the transition. Line number 40 for Tristop, 192,000 points. Pretty good indeed. DMJ in the meantime, only about 100,000 points at the 40 line mark. So nearly 100,000 point lead already for Tristop. Gonna have to see what DMJ can do to come back from this. Bit of a drought for Tristop. Longbar does come at the most opportune moment possible for a Tetris. Lead about 70,000 points for Tristop. DMJ now finally starting to slam down some Tetrises. He has passed the halfway mark with 210. If he carries on like this, he'll be looking at about a 430 transition, but I'm sure he'll be wanting a 500k transition at the very least. Tristop, halfway mark at 270. He'll be looking around about a 540 transition, maybe a 550 even. Tetris for DMJ, 280. And DMJ is actually picking up the pace. Now only 40,000 points behind in terms of pace. Tetris for Tristop, 369. Nice. I approve of that score. Nice setup for the T-Tuck. Another Tetris. And one other detail that I haven't mentioned yet is those coloured bars that you can see in the middle of the screen. The red bar at the bottom, followed by the yellow, the green and the blue. They signify full DAS limits for 19 left, or 19 5 tap, 19 4 tap, 18 5 tap and 18 4 tap respectively. So 6 high, 9 high, 10 high and 12 high. past 100 lines for both players. Tetris for Tristop, 483 at line 112. He can still maintain his pace from the early game. Can get a 550k transition, almost certainly. Well, these are not very good pieces. In fact, both players having a little bit of a spot of bother, and especially with nearing transition, that's not what you want. Ooh. Tristop with a bit of a line drought going on right now. He's actually in trouble now. Very close to transition. He needs to clean out of this ASAP if he wants to survive transition. Needs a longbow to the left-hand side desperately. Puts a J piece in there instead. Now needs an L piece. Now he really needs a... Gets a longbow, and Tristop does transition. And he will survive. Oh, early DAS load. Nice recovery. Ooh, that was almost game ending for Tristop. Survives, recovers, gets a Tetris 541 at level 20. Way ahead of DMJ at 380 at level 20. So oh, I can't do the maths in my head. That's almost 200,000 points of a lead. Massive. DMJ will have to put his foot to the floor if he wants any hopes of catching up. We'll hope that Tristop tops out. Tetris for Tristop. 60% Tetris rate. This is minimum max out pace. DMJ on the other hand is only around about 750 pace if he carries on like this to kill screen. Tetris for Tristop. 660 into level 23. DMJ in the meantime missed T-spin at level 22, and he has to do some more digging. This is not what he wants. Already almost at the point where Tristop could just play super safe and still win. But regardless, 720 into level 24 for Tristop, maintaining his peasant max out pace. Nice quick tap on the T piece. $718 to 25, still maintaining peasant max out pace. DMJ is now going all out. Tetris ready at column number 7, but has to take a double. And I think we're at the point where it is now insurmountable, the score lead. Yep, this is indeed now insurmountable. Tetris for Tristop, 860. You can now just bury DMJ. Something about nailing the coffin. Oh. Series of dash mistakes by Tristop. Let's see if we can get a max out. Nice L spin. One Tetris to go for Tristop to get a max out. Just waiting on the long bar. Oh. Really? Okay. Gets the S spin. Now waiting on the long bar. Gets the long bar. And max out for Tristop. GG's, you take the first game. Oops. That was not the right button. That's the right button. So you get the first tick. Signified by the J piece on the left hand side. Alright, and now Tristop is at back-to-back attempts. Don't want to jinx it. You do what you want, Tristop, whether you want to go for back-to-back or not. But there is money on the line. DMJ cannot use Max Out Club, but I have specified that although strongly preferable, it is not compulsory. Alright, we're just waiting on readiness from both players. And we can get on with game number 2 of match number 1. Alright, both hover free and such. Alright, so let's count them both down in 3. Oh, you press ready. I'll have to do it like this. Ah, okay, you're unreadied. 3 to 1 Tetris. DMJ already having to take a few burns in the early game. Tristop, on the other hand, quite a high stack, but gets the long bar. LJ piece gets the L piece, and the long bar comes. Oh, that J piece for DMJ blocking up the well just as the long bar comes. Tristop, on the other hand, having a very comfortable early game right now. Simultaneous Tetris for both players. 145 for Tristop, 87 for DMJ. Already a 60,000 point lead for Tristop, coming up to line number 40. 169,000 points, nice. Another decent start for Tristop. 112 for DMJ, not so decent. Ooh. Was that a flat setup burn for DMJ or a DAS mistake? I don't know. Nice sequence of pieces for Tristop. Gets the S-spin. Tetris for Tristop. We're almost at the halfway mark for both players. That Tetris. 292 for Tristop. He can maybe get a 600k transition if he carries on like this. DMJ in the meantime, not even at 200,000. DMJ will have to work quite hard if he wants a 500k transition. Another Tetris for Tristop. Actually, a very decent game for Tristop. Well within back-to-back max out range. DMJ, on the other hand, well, he's participating. That much I can say. 287. So a 120,000 point lead for Tristop. So once again, DMJ will have to work pretty hard at post-transition to catch up. But a series of mistakes this time committed by Tristop. Blocks up a whole... Ooh, almost another DAS mistake. Some reprieve for DMJ to perhaps catch up. That Z piece came at the worst time. An early DAS load for DMJ on the J piece. Now both players are in Oh, a beautiful cerebral burn by DMJ. He's now perfectly clean once again. Tetris for DMJ. Tristop still burning. He won't be able to get a 600k anymore. But 500k transition still on the cards. Oh, another early dash load by DMJ, and followed by losing dash on the O piece. Couldn't get it to the left-hand side. DMJ is now quite high up. Gets some nice pieces. He can get out of this. Trist, on the other hand, transitions with a score of 540. And unlike last game, he is actually perfectly clean. DMJ can maybe squeeze out a 400k transition. Just one line left to go. Tristop waiting on the long bar, takes a triple, that was a forced triple, followed by a Tetris, 575 at level 20. DMJ meanwhile transitions with a score of 420. Tristop already at 600,000 points, so a 150,000 point lead for Tristop, taking another triple. So let's see what DMJ can do to try and catch up. Tristop now built up his max out pace once again. That's like the third triple he had to take post transition. Oh, DMJ being really high up, having to take a triple of his own. Nice quick tap on the Z piece. A series of unfortunate pieces. DMJ just having to burn more. 700,000 into level 23 for Tristop. DMJ meanwhile only at 512 at level 22. Now getting close to a 200,000 point lead for Tristop. 730 into 24. Nice adjustment on the S piece. DMJ now going full aggro with a Centerwell. Gets the Tetris at level 23. 556 into 24. 800k into 25 for Tristop. If he plays super aggro, 1.1 is on the cards. A merchant max out, as they say. DMJ in the meantime is in serious trouble, gets the long bar over to the right hand side. 900k at level 26 for Tristop. Absolutely demolishing the competition right now. Takes a triple. Long bar drought, gets long bar, and DMJ tops out at level 25. Tristop takes the second game. And I will allow a Mullen to see if he can get back-to-back here. He needs a long bar. He's actually completely long bar dependent. Bails out of it. This might be a max out choke. Yep. Tristop has choked the back-to-back. And as such, you have been disqualified. It is 2-0 to Tristop. Tristop's ready for game number 3. We'll just wait on DMJ to be ready. And Tristop is now threatening a 3-0 sweep. DMJ is hovering free, he is ready. Let's count them both down for game number 3 in 3, 2, 1 Tetris. Don't worry, Torsia, we're still only at match number 1. There's still a ways to go. You can go back to sleep. Resident sleeper. New. Torsia sleeping simulator. Alright, let's get on with the commentary. But nice start for both players. Ooh, okay. Alright, Tristop is now clean, gets a longbar, gets a Tetris. True, Dimsy, I agree. In fact, what I do? Wow, okay. Alright, Tetris for Tristop, 116. Let me just ping the next 2 players due, so that they can be ready. Okay. That looks like that was my mistake, but no matter. Ooh, Tristop. Tristop in the little spot of bother. Can get stuff to the left-hand side, does so with a long bar. Alright, score count for both players. Both players at a similar line count. Lines 56. DMJ this time has a 1 Tetris lead. Very much in contrast to the previous 2 games. Are these players rolling? No, rolling is strictly forbidden. I know I said tapping is forbidden, but rolling is strictly forbidden. It's a cardinal sin. Past halfway mark for both players. 340 at line 78 for Tristan. You can maybe get a 550k transition. DMJ can maybe get a 500k flat. In fact, both players looking to get a 500k flat transition, with Tristop having to do a series of burning. Longbar dependent column number 4 puts a Z piece in there. Tristop now quite high up. Gets a bailout Tetris on column number 4. It's now perfectly clean once again with a few dependencies, but RNG says, here you go, have the pieces you need. Now Tristop has a 1 Tetris lead, and oh my goodness me, Tristop did a Vitz and got away with it. If he does it again, I will end the stream. DMJ with an interesting stack, but with a series of tucks, completely solves it. Tetra Tristop, 487. You can maybe get a 550 or a 500 flat. DMJ can only really get a 500 flat with a long bar dependency on the left hand side. Does get it. Now needs a J piece. Gets a long bar. And this game is notably closer than the prior two games. DMJ, how did you put that S piece to the right hand side? No choice. Tetra Tristop. One line to go before transition. DMJ already transitioned with a score of 487. Tristop transitions with 539 with a high board, but does get the long bar for a Tetris to get themselves to 563. Tristop in a bit of trouble. Gets the right pieces. That S piece did not come at the right time. Needs to dig out of this. LJ gets the J. Now needs an L piece, puts a J in there instead. Nice long bar flat. Needs this S or T piece. Gets the T piece, I meant Z piece. Oh, quick taps the long bar over to the left hand side, and Tristop has dug out of this situation and is now perfectly clean. DMJ now has a long bar dependency at level 20. Dug out of it slightly. Has a Tetris rail at the guideline. Column number 7. Tetris ready. Gets along, but gets Tetris for DMJ. He is 80,000 points behind Tristop in terms of pace. Tristop going for a row 2 dirty Tetris. Gets it. Gets a T-spin single, sending 2 lines of garbage to his opponent. Now, yep, nice spin tuck for Tristop. Waited for the piece to come. DMJ in a little spot above it now. Ooh, he's completely long bar dependent now. Puts an L piece in there. Now needs something to left hand side. Quick taps the O piece. DMJ in serious trouble. Needs an L or long bar to the right hand side and fails to get it over. And that's it. Tristop, congratulations. You have swept DMJ free love. Let's see if he can max us out. We are now five minutes ahead of schedule, thanks to that sweep. So, good on you, Tristop, for doing that. DMJ, in the meantime, thank you for taking part in the test tournament. You will have another chance at the real tournament, which I will prospect late January being the qualifying stage. But other than that, goodbye. You are the weakest link. Tristop, on the other hand, did not quite get a max out, but he played very well. We will see you in the semi-finals. GG's. Alright, let me just set up for the next match. I will be right back. Okay everyone, match 2 is now set up. Let's get on with the main panel. There we go. Yes. Alright, we are starting to run behind on schedule once again, so can both players please state their readiness as soon as they are ready. Thank you very much. Peps is ready. Just wait on Dimsy to be ready. He is topping out. Fantastic. Both players are ready. Let's count them down for game number 1 of match number 2. In 3, 2, 1, Tetris. Good luck everyone. Oh, sorry, good luck Heps and Dimsy, not everyone. Alright, Dimsy with a nice T-tuck setup. Gets Tetris. Heps meanwhile had to take a triple, but does get a Tetris. Tetris for Heps. Ah, I'm glad you asked. The lines in the middle represent DAS limits for, respectively, starting from bottom to top, 19 pieces that need to go to the left, the yellow signifying level 19 for pieces needing to go to the right. And what has just happened for Dimsy? You had the top out screen for no reason. And capture broke. Oh, great. Okay. Heps. Dimsy's capture has broken. Therefore, I'm going to give you... please top out. You do have the highest score. So you have the discretion of either forcing a restart or taking the game. It is your choice. Alright, we shall do a restart. Can both players please make sure that their tech setups are in working order and we can restart game number 1. Alright, we'll just have to wait to make sure that Dimsy, or higher average than Torja, is that the right one? Was that a different person? I actually don't remember. Yes, Dimsy is higher average than Torja. Alright, we can see Dimsy's game board once again. Alright, both players are ready. The first game didn't exist, so this will be game 2, although game 1. So let's count them all down in 10 seconds. 2, 1, Tetris. Dimsy already having a troublesome start with a few holes being created. Heps in the meantime already with 1 Tetris. Dimsy managed to deal with this situation and gets a Tetris. Alright, Dimsy's stack looking beautiful right now. Taking some skims. Gets long but gets a Tetris. Ooh, a very early DAS load for Dimsy, trying to tuck that Z piece in. Excuse me. Oh, nice spin tuck. Back-to-back spin tucks. Hep's enjoying a nice early lead, about 50,000 points. Well, I don't need to calculate it for myself. That's the beauty of Max Out Club. It just tells me how much in the lead one person is at. I don't have to do any thinking in my head whatsoever. Backseat commentary. Both players passing line 40, 191 for Heps. Decent score, 150 for Dimsy, also quite decent, but Heps having a strong start to the restarted game number 1. Dimsy bails out on the T-spin setup, puts a J-piece in there. Tetris for Heps, nearly at the halfway mark. Really not much else to say. Both stacks pretty good. Alright, Heps reaches halfway mark at 280. Dimsy only at 218. So a 70,000 point lead for Heps at the halfway mark. So Dimsy will either have to increase his efficiency now or at post-transition. Long bar dependency for Heps on the left-hand side. Does get bailed out with a long bar. Praise RNG. Both players still with stable stacks. But Heps has grown his lead now to 100,000 points. Dimsy solves an L dependency on the left-hand side of his stack. Now has a long bar dependency at column number 8. Does get a long bar, but has to create some new holes. And gets O spammed. Now has a double J dependency. Gets one of them. Turns one of the J dependencies into a long bar dependency and does get a dirty left well Tetris. Heps in the meantime, lead just slightly reduced to 90,000 points. That's still a significant lead. So Dimsy will have to figure out some way to catch up at post-transition. Dimsy with a J dependency. One piece too late it comes. Dimsy now in serious trouble, being quite close to the transition with a high stack. He has to clean this out as soon as possible or he will top out. Dimsy transitions with an extremely high stack. I'm not sure he can survive this, and no, he will not survive this. Heps, by virtue of a better 18, you have won the game. It is 1-0. Yes, the coloured lines in the middle are DAS limits. There we go, found it. Alright, both players are ready. Let's count them both down for game number 2. In 3, 2, 1, Tetris. So yes, just a gentle reminder, the lines in the middle are DAS limits. I will mention them once again, what they represent. The red line at the bottom is 6 high. That represents putting a long bar to the left hand side. The yellow is on the right hand side instead, being 9 high. The green one is for level 18, putting a long bar to the left hand side. That's 10 high. And finally the top one, which is level 18 for the long bar, and that's 12 high. There are some other limits, but they're not really worth mentioning. The ones that I've provided are the ones that are generally used when regarding DAS limits in general, whether that's for world record runs or any other means or play styles. Heps having a little bit of a suffer start this time round, already behind by about 2 Tetrises. Alright, nice tuck for Dimsy. Does have a double J dependency. Ooh, that Z piece. Needs a long bar, really. Put an O piece in there. Needs another O piece. Now that can't be solved without taking burns. Dimsy now in a little bit of a spot of bother. Can still clean out of this and does so, but now needs an L piece. Does get the L piece. And now Haps has taken the lead. A little bit of a suffer start from both players this time. Tetris rate only really hovering around about 50%. Which, if you carry on to transition, there's around about 450k transition. Maybe even a little bit less. Dimsy with a slightly dangerous stack, but does get the long bar in time. Both players approaching the halfway mark. Tetris with Dimsy, 237. You can maybe get a 450k transition if he carries on like this, but I'm sure he'll be wanting to put his foot to the floor a little bit in terms of efficiency. Heps in the meantime, 250 at the halfway mark. You can get a 500k transition if he carries on like this. 60% Tetris rate, which is the minimum percentage needed for a max out. Although you generally want to have a higher percentage at level 18, so you have a buffer for level 19. Tetris for Dimsy, just passing 300,000. Heps gets bailed out with a long bar in the centre of his stack. Now just waiting on another long bar. Had to take the triple, but does get the long bar for a Tetris. Passes 300,000 points. And my, it is neck and neck between these two players, separated by just a few burnt lines. Nice T-spin single for Heps, sending 2 lines of garbage to his opponent. But Dimsy counters with a Tetris, counteracting those incoming garbage lines. Heps had to immediately bail out of that T-spin setup. Heps having a little bit of a secret grade going on in the centre of his stack, which is not really what you want. Secret grade stacks are not exactly easy to burn out. As you can see by that J piece, just created 3 more burnt lines to get rid of the next hole in the stack, but does manage to open it up and gets a Tetris. But in the meantime, Dimsy is now enjoying a 3 Tetris lead, or 2.5 Tetrises lead. So this time round, Heps will have to think about what he can do for post-transition. Another Tetris Dimsy. You can most certainly get a 500k transition at this point. 60,000 point lead. Tetris for Heps, he can get 1 more. He'll just fall shy of 500k. Dimsy already passing that, he can get 1 more. Heps meantime transitions with a score of 460. Tetris for Dimsy transitions with a score of 550. So he is at max out pace. But just because you're at max out pace doesn't mean you will get the max out. You have to prove that you can get it. Long bar dependency for Heps. Bails out of it with a J piece. Tetris for Dimsy. 620 already at level 21. If you get 620 into level 22, that's considered minimum max out pace. So Dimsy already ahead of that, so to speak. Tetris Heps 580 into 22. That is below max out pace, as you can see by the TRT rate, only 54%. As I say, that needs to go up to 60 if you want to get a max out. But of course, this is competition. The only thing that matters is getting a higher score than your opponent. Long bar drought for Dimsy does have a Adam well setup going on, but had to cover it up because of that drought. Oh, early dash load on the S piece. Dimsy's in trouble. He will top out at 675, 360, and this will be an easy chase down for Heps. He only needs 1 Tetris, and he can most certainly line this out. And that will do it. Heps leads the match 2-0. Hello Adam, thank you for the raid. You are currently watching the CTDAS test tournament. Both players are ready. Let's count them down for game number 3. Heps this time also threatening to sweep Dimsy. GG's to both players. Oh no, someone made a Star Trek reference. Why the test part? Good question. This is because I plan to do a 64 player bracket. However, I wanted to do a 16 player bracket instead to make sure that it works. And also to make sure I know what I'm doing. Basically, the test tournament basically means if anything goes wrong, well, I can just say it's a test tournament. But I'm not going to use that as an excuse. I put as much effort into this as I will put into the real tournament. So while this is technically a one-off event, it's technically a two-off. Heb's quite high up, does get a long bar. What grade do you give it? Yeah, it's a test. The two players are in exam right now. Whoever loses fails the exam and gets kicked out of CTM. Hep's having a few droughts going on this game. That's not the first time, but he does get a Tetris to reclaim the lead, but Dimsy with a pace lead going on actually right now. Line 40 for Heps, 150. According to Sharky, that is the minimum score that you need, that you have to have if you want to get a 600k transition. Ooh, interesting tuck setups for Dimsy. Ooh, he's actually in a serious trouble. He's completely long bar dependent, does bail out with an L piece, but now completely long bar dependent again in column number 2. And that is it. Heps, congratulations, you have swept your opponent 3-0. Alright, GG's to Heps, you will make it to the semi-finals, and as for Dimsy, I'm afraid you are the weakest link. Goodbye. Alright, let's get ready for the next match, which will be... Actually, I'll do it like this. So, match 2 is done. So the next match will be Tugi versus NGC Man. We are now ahead of schedule once again, but we will go full steam ahead regardless. Hello Classic Tetris Latam, thank you for the raid. We are just moving on to match number 3, which will be Tugi versus NGC Man. And after that will be our first semi-final match. This is the CTDAS test tournament. As the name implies, DAS only. And this is a test tournament because while this is technically a one-off, it's actually a two-off because this is a 16-player bracket. And I want to host a 64-player bracket after this one. We're just setting up for the next match, so we'll just wait a few minutes for them to do that. Oops, I was muted. But regardless, when both players are ready, state your readiness. Just because we are ahead of schedule doesn't mean that we have the luxury of time. The schedule is pretty tight, and so I do not want to linger about. Tugi is ready. Everybody's ready. Alright, NGC, just wait on you. You are also ready. Let's count them both down for game number 1 of match number 3. We need to go ace up the Torja gets disqualified. Yep, bear. Alright, both players are underway. NGC Man already in a little spot of bother. Has a jade dependency on the left hand side. Puts a T-piece in the left. Now has to put a long bar to the right hand side. Now puts an O piece. Oh, just more burn for NGC Man. ZT dependency gets the Z piece. Now needs a J piece. Is Tetris ready? Gets an assortment of bad pieces. Tetris ready once again, but a drought is incoming, but does finally get the long bar for a Tetris. And already, Tugi is enjoying a 100,000 point lead. Just like that, straight up. So this is very much a suffer start for NGC Man. He's shaking his head. I know how he feels. A lot of people have been through this before, myself included. Just an absolute suffer start. If you were playing like PB attempts, you would just reset right away. but he just can't do that. Well, he shouldn't. Because you never know, your opponent might just top out. Tugi's, speaking of which, Tugi's actually quite high up. Oh, now Tugi's in the dig situation. Long bar dependent on the column number 8, covers it up. Oh, Tugi's in serious trouble. Gets assortment of good pieces. Opens up the long bar dependency. Now it's, oh, filthy Tetris. That was garbage. Absolute garbage. So they say. Filthy. So, because of that, looks like Tugi will indeed live to tell the tale. And you see, scores a Tetris. Still 100,000 points behind. Actually a bit more than that. Yep, 114,000 points is the lead with same line count. Finally, NGC gets a long bar for the dependency. And the lead is just growing for Tugi. Lead is now 150,000 points. NGC will be very happy to get a 400k transition, which I think is almost impossible to do. So an absolute suffer game for him. Tugi, in the meantime, a mediocre game, I would say. Not great pace, but not terrible by any means. Takes a triple. Both players with a line drought going on. Tetris for Tugi, 373. NGC just about passing 200,000 points at line 100. Oof. Tugi with a few dependencies, but does get them. Another drought for Tugi. It's quite a drought-heavy game for both players, indeed. Ooh, Tugi refuses a triple. Does take that one, however. 34 pieces, 35. Finally, the long bar comes. Lead still 100,000 points. Alright, transition for NGC, 366. If he plays very well, he can maybe get a 900. But he really has to put his foot to the floor. Tugi, 480 transition. Which, well, it's a pretty low transition score, but it is good enough for a 100,000 point lead. And that's perhaps the best case scenario for NGC, man. If Tugi was, say, at a 600k transition, well, you can just say GG's already. Ooh, bit of a misdrop for NGC. Has to burn this one out, and he does not want to do any kinds of burning. Long bar comes. Finally, NGC is back up to Tetris ready. Lead still 100,000 points at level 21. Something has to give. That triple was forced for NGC man as another line drought counter goes. Tugi now having to take a few burns. Jade Pen on the left hand side puts a long bar in there. This is quite an uncomfortable stack for Tugi, having to take a triple. Slight repeat for NGC man, but these pieces... Will he go dirty? Don't think so. Just waiting. Had to take a triple. Tugi now clean once again. I mean, in terms of pace, the lead is still 100,000 points. It's come to a stage where NGC just has to hope that Tugi tops out imminently. But it might be NGC that tops out. Oh, barely gets that long bar. Oh, Tugi's actually in a little bit of trouble. His right side. Oh, that's mistake on the JPs. Tugi's in serious trouble. Tugi tops out 663. NGC can chase this down, but he cannot line out. Will NGC be able to win an absolute suffer game? He needs 3 Tetrises. That's 1 Tetris, 2 to go. NGC has, alright, 1 Tetris to go. He can now line this out. Just waiting on the long bar. Oh, covers it up, like just as long bar comes. And it does come, and NGC. What a hard-fought battle. Absolute suffer game, and yet wins by virtue of survival. GG's. Alright, we'll just wait on readiness for both players. I can see that. Tilted, but survived. Alright, let's count them both down to game number 2. In 3, 2, 1, Tetris. Ah, I was muted once again. That's what happens when I have a little like mute flicker by the side. If I flick it off, I then forget that I flicked it off. But we're already well past the halfway mark for both players, and it is actually Schnecker and Schnecker. Oh wait, you can only say that if it's pal. It's just neck and neck. 15 points apart. That's pushdown points. Will the longbar come for NGC, or will another drought comes? Longbar does eventually come. And Tugi now enjoying a half a Tetris lead, or a full Tetris lead. Take into account line difference. Yep, that's it's about 2/3 of a Tetris. The lead is now half a Tetris for Tugi. This time the competition is much tighter. So this time it will be down to who can play post-transition better, straight up. No advantage to either player in a relative sense. I like how every time NGC scores a Tetris, he flicks up his controller. Alright, Tetris for Tugi transitions with a score of about 550. NGC Tetrises also with a score of 550. This is neck and neck between both players. It's all down to who plays post-transition better. NGC having to take a triple. Tugi, right side quite heavy right now. Have to burn this down. NGC having to take another triple. No Tetrises as of yet in post-transition for either player. Tugi now finally Tetris ready at level 21. Having to take some more burns. Oh, another drought. It's just drought heavy once again. $28 drought. Finally, longbar does come for both players. This is just under max out pace. And oh my goodness me, these are some bad pieces for Tugi. Finally clears it up. Tetris for NGC, and he takes the lead. Tugi takes it right back with another Tetris. Tugi maintaining his half a Tetris lead. Tetris for Tugi, 6:19 to 24. That's pretty much minimum max out pace. Tetris for NGC. This is still a close game between both players. Tetris for NGC. Tugi needing a J piece. Nice solve. Opens it up 727 to 25. Tetris for NGC. And this time NGC has a slight pace lead, about a third of a Tetris. Take into account line differences. 5 lines apart. This is still a very close game. It is still too close to tell. Tugi very high up. Guess a long bar for a Tetris. For all we know, this could come down to kill screen. NGC covered up the right hand side, needs to spend a few burns to open it up. Now completely long bar dependent, but does get the long bar at level 27 for a Tetris. Still some lines apart between both players, so this is still closer than you think. NGC still kinda has half a Tetris lead in terms of pace. Tugi can only have one Tetris available to him. All these two S pieces came at the worst time possible. NGC completely longbar dependent. Oh no, longbar does come. And NGC needs to find a way to score a Tetris, and unfortunately, kind of bad RNG at level 28 means that Tugi just about pulls ahead. Very good game by both players. But it is now 1-1. Alright, after this game commences, I will have to grab a new drink. So there will be a bit of silence for a couple of minutes, apart from the music, of course. Alright, both players are ready. Let's count them both down. Game number 3. Why, they're giving up at level 29. I know, right? Well, this is not what I wanted to see. To come back with an early top out. A big oof. I was muted because I needed to grab a new drink. So, whoopsies. It is now 1-2 to Tugi. Alright, both players are ready. Let's count them both down. I will again be a couple of minutes. Alright, drink refilled, bladders emptied. Let's get back to commentary. Tugi this time having a suffer start with 0 Tetrises on the board so far. Now a longbar drought incoming. Oh, he's shaking his head. Longbar finally comes with his first Tetris, but already NGC enjoying a 75,000 point lead. Lead maintaining at 75,000 points. Both players almost at the 40 line mark. Tetris at NGC. And for the first time, we have a 200,000 points by line 40, which signifies excellent pace. Because I said the P word, the game is now forever cursed. Ooh, NGC getting riddled by O pieces. Trying to be greedy with tuck setups. Now needs an L piece. Double S piece does work out. NGC once again clean, maintaining his lead of 75,000 points. Another Tetris. We're almost reaching the halfway mark for both players. Tugi with a score of 210. He'll most certainly want to improve that. He's only looking at a... Oh my god, what is that SZ spam for Tugi? SSSZS. Yikes. But anyway, as I was saying, you can maybe get a 450k transition. But Tugi most certainly wants more than that. NGC on the other hand, he's actually on pace for 600k transition. With a healthy 80% Tetris rate after that Tetris. That is the rate that you need for a 600k. So either Tugi needs to step it up or hope for NGC to commit a critical mistake. Or just pray for RNGesus. That too. These Z pieces, man. Yes, I say Z. A British bear point. A bear laugh. 60 IQ bear. Free head. Yes, you may complain. You may laugh at us having bad teeth. Yes, the T doesn't exist in our dictionary or language. Anyway, another Tetris for NGC. He's nearing at 500k before line 110, so maintaining the 600k transition pace. Does take a Tetris instead of filling the long bar dependency. Let's see how punished he'll get. He doesn't get punished, he gets rewarded. He thanks the game. The game may taketh away, but remember, the game also giveth. And this was definitely a giveth moment. Tugi on the other hand, still 100,000 points behind. And we might have a first 600k transition of the broadcast. Tetris for NGC. Still has 2 Tetrises to go. Series of nice adjustments. Takes a few burns, now waiting on the long bar. Well, the long bar comes. Oh my goodness me. Long bar doesn't come. Has to take a triple as a drought is incoming. But does transition with a 600k. Needs an L piece. Where's the L piece? Puts an O piece in there. Finally, the L piece comes for another triple. Longbar comes for a Tetris 640 at level 20 for NGC. Tuginum in time, still 100,000 points behind at level 20. So he'll be having to step it up, or early Daslo for Tugi with the Z piece. Not what you want at this situation. So really, NGC could take it easy right now, as Tugi is still digging. 100,000 points behind still at level 21. Tetris for NGC 700k into level 22, and that is considered merchant max out pace. Not if you're a DAS player. If you're a DAS player, that's like minimum max out pace. But if you're a tapper or roller, that's 1.1. Just waiting on the long bar. I had to take a triple. Tetris for NGC, level 23 at 750. Tugini meantime, level 24, still 100,000 points behind. Nice RNG for NGC, immediately getting the L piece. Another drought incoming. Taking some safety burns, knowing that Tugi is the one that has to push. Tugi also having a drought, but he does get a Tetris. Lead has decreased a little bit by 1 Tetris. Now it's at 76,000 points. Now it's back up to 100,000 points after that Tetris by NGC. Tugi's still alive though, takes a Tetris. Gap is reducing slightly. The amount of points that you get for each Tetris increasing. Now we're at the late game. Each Tetris worth about 35,000 points. Ooh, early dash load. Ooh, but gets it back. That looked tapped, but that was within dash limits, so that's okay. But NGC having to take, both players having to take a few burns. If Tugi gets this Tetris, he will take the lead. Oh, he misdropped! Tugi threw it away. Oh, it wouldn't have mattered. It wouldn't have mattered. So, Tugi, you don't have to beat yourself too hard. It would not have mattered if you if you got that Tetris. But we have our first decider. It is now 2-all. Clutch last Tetris by NGC made it so that it did not matter. But if he didn't get that massive blunder by Tugi could have costed him the whole match. Anyway, we are just ready on readiness from both players. Both players are ready. Let's count them both down. Alright, both players are underway. Oops, my fault. That's what happens when I tab out. For some reason when I check to Discord it tabs out Max Out Club. But perfect pace for both players to start off with. And nice camera for Tugi. Massive pixelated moment. Yes. Both players still at perfect pace after 3 Tetrises. And Cam still completely scuffed for Tugi. But we won't worry too much about that. Tugi having to take a triple after a long drought coming. Another triple he had to take. But finally, the long butt does come.
Everybody knows things are bad. It's a depression. Everybody's out of work or scared of losing their job. The dollar buys a nickel's worth. Banks are going bust. Shopkeepers keep a gun under the counter.
Alright, both players nearing line 40. Tugi with a Tetris, 196. Pretty good game to start off with. And camera fixed. Feels good, man. Alright, NGC also with 194. That's for line 40. So, neck and neck between these two to start off with. It really is down to the wire. This is it. One game to rule them all. Who will go through to the semi-finals and who will be booted out of the tournament. Both players still playing really solid. Not much else to say. If it keeps on going like this, we have a really good decider on our hands. And another thing to note is that the winner of this match will immediately play the semi-finals of Tristop, I believe. Wait, no. Yes. This is what happens when I don't remember the brackets.
I don't know what to do about the depression and the inflation and the Russians and the crying in the street. All I know is that first, you've got to get mad.
Yes, the winner of this match will go against Tristop. Still neck and neck between these two players, and pace not too bad as well. Tetris for Tugi. NGC having to take a few burns. And funnily enough, those few burns are quite catastrophic as Tugi is now enjoying a 2 Tetris lead. So for the first time this game, we have a decisive advantage for one player, and that is Tugi. Tugi having to take a few skims. Tetris ready, gets Tetris. Tugi can maybe just about get a 600k transition. NGC feeling the left hand side. Tetris for NGC can get one more Tetris. He can get a 520 transition. Tetris for Tugi, he can just about get a 600k transition if he Tetrises this. 5-2-1 is the score at which NGC transitions at, and he'll be having to do a bit of work to see if he can catch up. Tugi a little bit high up now, could do the long bar sooner rather than later. Oh, does finally get it. But Tugi is quite high up already, does take a series of nice burns. but blocked up the left-hand side. Oh, Tugi's in serious trouble now. He completely longbar dependent. Longbar does... Oh, he misdropped the longbar, but he gets another one. Absolutely bailed out. Tugi's still alive, but he's in serious trouble. Oh. Oh my goodness me. Tugi's still alive, but that's it. Tugi is really pissed off at himself. An NGC, man. Congratulations, you make it through to the semi-finals. Don't go anywhere. You will be playing straight away against Tristop. As for Tugi, I'm afraid you are the weakest link. Goodbye. Alright, let me set up for the next match. No problems, Tugi. Good luck for the real tournament if you are going to qualify for that, Tugi. Thank you very much for qualifying. Cheers. Alright, bracket updated, and according to the schedule, yep, we now are at match number 4, and this will be semi-finals between match 1 and 3, so this will be Tristop versus NGC Man. Alright, both players are live on Max Out Club, so let's move on right to the main panel. Alright, we are actually 5 minutes ahead of schedule, even after that decider. So this is going along smoothly and nicely. Alright, so just as a note to everyone, at this point from the semi-finals it is technically double elimination, as the loser of this match does not get eliminated. They will instead be put into the third place match. So if either of you, NGC or Tristop, do lose this match, do not worry, you still have one more chance at getting the third place prize pool. However, if you do win, then you'll have a chance to get into the first place prize pool instead. So effectively, both of you have gained a 1-up. No, they are both separate matches. When I say double elimination, what I mean is, if either of these two players loses, they'll instead be put into the third place match. So you can only get the third place prize pool. If you win, you get into the finals, in which you're then eligible for the first place prize pool. The true finals, or grand finals as some people call it, It's still only one set, but it is a best of 7. The third place finals is also a best of 7. We'll just wait for NGC Man to clear out his bladder, it looks like. And we can then get on with match number 4. Sorry, DMJ, that's just Nightbot being silly. I need to keep reminding myself to perhaps remove that. Sorry about that. Plus the fact that the bot seemed to go around it anyway by not posting it as a link. So, shrug. The only reason I have that is because the bots, the follower bots, of course. You can still use DMs on Twitch. You can still DM the person that you wish to give the link to. Or you know what? Because this is technically my server and I can do what I want, and this is my stream and I can do what I want, I have full rights to post the Discord link. So the Discord link above is the CTDAS Discord link. Alright, looks like NGC is set. We are going to start this match just on time. So when both players are ready, state your readiness on the max out club. And we can start with game 1 of match number 4. Both players are ready. Let's start the countdown. In 3, 2, 1, Tetris. Hello Torja, good news, we are not ahead of schedule. In fact, we are right on schedule. Yes, this is the first semis. So your match will be due next. No worries, Tristop, just start the game as soon as you are able to. There we go. Guess I have one more Tetris server on my Discord. Yeah, there are a lot of Tetris Discord servers. It's never enough. The only difference being that because I only planned for this to be a one-off event, once real tournaments commenced and finished, technically the server's now completely useless. What I might have to do is set up a poll. Let the people decide the fate of a server. Should I delete it? Or should I just archive it? Or even just give it to another person if they wish to host a DAS tournament themselves. That's also an option that I'm willing to consider. Anyway, let's do some commentary for the game. NGC is having quite a good start right now. Tristop, on the other hand, not such a good start. Already 100,000 points behind, although he is 10 lines behind as well. So the true lead is more like about 60,000 points, which is still significant, especially given that this is still the early game. Oh, quick tap on the L piece for Tristop. This is a one-time event? Yes, this is a one-time event. Technically, a two-time event. So, this is a test tournament, which literally is what it says on the tin. It's a test. And if it goes well, I will then make a real tournament. And yes, I will just call it real tournament, just to for comedic purposes. So this is technically a two-time event, though take it as you will, either a one-time or two-time event, whether you count this as a real thing or not. This is a test tournament, so you decide. Does this tournament count? I think it does, but we'll just leave it up to Schrodinger to decide. Tristop with a bit of a left well going on. Not even Tetris ready. NGC on the other hand, 290 at the halfway mark. He can maybe get a 600k transition. Tristop on the other hand, well, he is participating in the game, but not even at 200,000 points. And he's still digging. Already at the point where he might have to hope NGC to top out, just to have a chance to catch up. NGC cheating with no hand cam. He does show his hands occasionally, and to be fair, the webcam quality is quite good. As long as the webcam is pretty good, then I won't strictly enforce it. If it's trash quality, then at least I want to see the hands. Column 9 well for NGC. Considered one of the worst wells to go for because of how inefficient it tends to be, but a perfect transfer is now available for NGC after that Tetris. Yes. Just suddenly changed positions. Tristop on the other hand, hasn't fallen further behind at least, but still a over 100,000 point lead. And you see taking a triple, he can most certainly get away with that, considering how much of a lead he has. And looks like Tristop will have to figure something out if he wants to catch up for post-transition. Oh, these are some bad pieces. Wow, they are horrible pieces. For Tristop does finally get the long bar, but more burning. Just burn, burn, burn. Oh. It's going to be a bit of a miracle if Tristop survives this, especially as he's really close to transition. Needs a T-piece. Needs something over, doesn't get it, and I'm afraid that is that. NGC, you have won game number 1. Just 1-0. Alright, both players are ready. Let's count them both down for game number 2 of match 4. 3, 2, 1, Tetris. Just up this time with a much cleaner start. NGC, on the other hand, few burns, does finally get his first Tetris on the board. Alright, Tetris for NGC. I have no idea what NGC is trying to say. Lip reading. Oh, NGC needs timeout. If you need timeout, then you can pause. As long as you state the reason why you need to. I'm a little bit confused. As for scores, both players reaching the 40 line mark. NGC at 150, Tristop at 230. Tristop having to take a triple. Line 50, 241. NGC a bit high up. Maybe that's what he wanted me to do. He wanted me to say score updates, which would make sense. 100,000 point lead for Tristop, nearing the halfway mark. I think he needs a T-piece. Maybe. Tristop with an exaggerated double well going on. Takes a Tetris, but that S-piece came with the worst time possible. Takes a triple. 318 after 70 lines for Tristop. NGC not even quite at 200,000 points. Still digging. Gets the long bar over to the right hand side. Tetris for Tristop. Nice tuck on the J piece. 75% Tetris rate. NGC falling further behind. Oh, early DAS load on the L piece. Tristop now 200,000 points ahead after 90 lines. Just some garbage pieces for NGC to have to deal with. $100 lines for both players. Tristop with the Tetris 463. NGC after 100 lines only at 237. We'll have to figure something out for post transition or hope that Tristop tops out. Another Tetris with Tristop 510 after 110 lines. If he goes perfect, he can get a 600k transition. Another Tetris for Tristop. Tristop now just one Tetris away from transitioning. NGC on the other hand, transition score of 357, scores a Tetris. Tristop transition score of 604, an over 200,000 point lead. Already at the stage where Tristop pretty much has to top out quite early in post-transition in order for NGC to catch up potentially. Oh, nice quick tap on the S piece for Tristop. A little bit of a vulnerable stack, but does get the L piece. NGC still having to burn Tetris for Tristop, 660 to level 21. Still 200,000 point lead. Tetris for Tristop 697 into level 22. Solid max out pace for him. Does have a long bar dependency. Takes a triple. NGC now in serious trouble. Double long bar depend. Does get one of them. Now needs the other one. Does get it. Tristop now with a vulnerable stack. Ooh, Tristop stack's getting more and more vulnerable. Needs to sort with good pieces. Does get those good pieces. Tristop is digging out of this. Lead still 200,000 points. And Tristop has successfully managed to clean out of this situation. Had to take a triple. Lead still 200,000 points. This is almost insurmountable now. Tristop will practically has to top out immediately in order for NGC to have a chance to catch up. Tetris for Tristop. And that's it for NGC after a nasty 34-piece drought. And it is now 1-1. Oh, your TV, right, okay. Okay, no worries. We can allow a technical difficulties break. That's fine. Hello T-Storm, thank you for the raid. You're currently watching the CTDAS test tournament for the semi-finals. This is the first semi-finals. We still have one more quarter-final match to go after this one, which will be between Torja and Scotto Bozo. And just a reminder for everyone, the player who wins this match will then move on to the finals. However, the player who loses does not get eliminated, they instead get put into the third place finals. Alright, let's see. Oh my goodness, that's horrible static. That might be down to the pin connector in your NES or other applicable console. When I play PAL, I have a bit of static on my screen as well. It's nowhere near as bad as that, but it is notable enough that my capture card does pick it up. Yeah, sure. This tournament is specifically designed so that players who only have the cart is fine, because otherwise then like I was thinking about doing same seed sets, but then I realized, well, then there's not really that much inclusivity. So in order to maximize inclusivity, the only real rule is hand cam mandatory. Emulator is perfectly allowed. So if we do get into a situation where NGC Man and Tristop both max out, we will have to do a final score calculation. Uh-oh. The dreaded Game Genie eats yet another cartridge. That's what GG does. GGs are notorious for ruining cartridges over a period of time. You got banned? Oof. Oh, that's it. You've been banned. It's tempting. It was tempting. The thought was there. Alright, we're just waiting for NGC's technical side to work once again, and we can get on with game number 3. It is currently 1-1 between both players in the first semi-final match. Alright, state your readiness and max out club, and we can count you both down. Okay. Start countdown. There we go. Alright, and underway. Perfect pace for Tristop, 1.5 million, Scotto Bozo approved. spam of O pieces for NGC. Oh, horrible Z piece. Needs an L piece. Where's the L piece? Gets the J piece. Now needs a long bar. Where's the long bar? Nothing to burn with for NGC. What is this RNG? Oh, that L had to go left. And wow. I have to say, that was pretty bad RNG. But it is now 1-2 to Tristop. State your readiness, and we can get on with game number 4, Tristop match point. In 3, 2, 1, Tetris. Alright, if Tristop wins this match, NGC will be put down to the 3rd place finals. If Tristop wins this, he will then be put into the 1st place finals. Filthy Tetris for Tristop and a beautiful solve. Neck and neck between these two players on the get-go. Oh, full DAS on the L piece for Tristop to get that L piece over. You can see the green line mark. That was right at the limit. Other than that, both players' stacks still pretty good. A bit of a dependencies going on for NGC, but gets those pieces. Nice S-spin followed by a Tetris. Both players approaching line 40. Tristop with a long bar dependency. Gets it, gets a triple. And line 40 for Tristop with a score of 191. NGC with 189. So both players breathing on each other's necks right now at the early game. Tristop's left hand side a little bit vulnerable right now. Gets no piece over, gets Tetris. Now the stack has been solved. Tetris for Tristop. Simultaneous Tetris. Still neck and neck between each other. Tristop 330 at the halfway mark. Also 330 for NGC, man. Knocking wood on table, but 700k transition is still alive, I believe. If they both play perfect. Ooh, interesting setup for NGC. Needs an S piece or an L piece. They're not coming. S piece does finally come. And missed the spin. Ooh, dear me. That'll take a few burns. Nice line spin from Tristop. Unfortunately, 700k is now categorically dead. but the chances of one person getting 700k is extremely rare. I mean, even rollers struggle to get 700k transitions. It's that rare. But a half a Tetris lead looks like for NGC Man at the 100 line mark. Bit of a drought forming. Oh, that O-piece. Didn't get full DAS in the O-piece for Tristop. Needs to burn it down. Needs to find some way to access the left-hand side. Can do so with full DAS. Gets that long bar over. But that has reduced its efficiency quite a bit. Now NGC has taken the lead. A 2 Tetris lead for NGC in terms of pace. $600k transition still on the cards for NGC, despite those burns. Tetris for NGC, 2 more Tetrises. Approaching transition for both players. 1 Tetris to go for NGC. Just waiting on the long bar. Tristop as well. Tristop transitions with a Tetris. With a score of 527. NGC with a score of 576. So a 2 Tetris lead for NGC going into transition. It'll be up to Tristop to see whether he can catch up on the pace, or whether NGC will top out early. Takes a triple for NGC. Still Tetris ready. Gets a long bar, gets a Tetris. Oh, that L piece. Tristop long bar dependent. Tristop in serious trouble. He needs an L piece, or it's an L piece or bust. Oh, the L piece goes over. I'm not sure there's anything else that Tristop can do. No. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a decider. It is 2-all. Tristop is immediately ready. This is it. One game to rule them all. Both players are ready. Let's count them down. In 3, 2, 1, Tetris. It is it. An early top out would be catastrophic at this stage. In the meantime, if Scotto and Torja are both here, can you please get ready for the next match? Thank you very much. Alright, both players with their first Tetrises on the board. Oh, Tristop with a bit of a vulnerable stack. Oh, early dash load on the Z piece. And then another missed shift on the L piece. I think Tristop may be shaking. Those shaky strats. Nervousness. But he'll have to clean this down. Advantage NGC man, most definitely. Tristop is surviving, but that's a B-type board if I ever saw one. Lead now at 60,000 points already. Finally gets a long bar for Tristop and gets a nice L piece. Lead now going to 100,000 points at line 40. 172 for NGC and only 75,000 for Tristop. Tristop now set up for column number 5, a centre well. But the longbar just isn't coming. In fact, a drought is forming. Longbar does finally come for a Tetris. NGC on the other hand with a beautiful stack, just waiting on the longbar. Takes a safety triple. Lead grown to 100,000 points. Tristop now back in trouble again, and those S pieces just didn't come at the right time. Lead is gonna grow even further for NGC, man. Tristop can still survive this, but he's gonna have to do some serious work from then on out. No mistakes. That Tetris rate, only 16%. That's very low. Oh, lost DAS on the T-piece. But manages to tap it over. Just about. Tetris for Tristop. Now behind by 150,000 points. This really is NGC's man game to win. Or game to lose. Depending on which side you take it. Yes, Torja. Share the link in my DMs, and then what I do is I put it in my OBS, and then voila, hand cam sorted out. Lead still 100,000 points, or 3 S pieces in a row for NGC, but deals with them nicely, gets a Tetris. Tetris for NGC. Plays it safe. Tristop getting a bit high up, gets spammed with O pieces, but does survive, finally gets a longbar for a Tetris. That was a little bit tense. Lead still 100,000 points for NGC. Alright, Tristop transitions to a score of 400,000 points. NGC still 1 Tetris to go. Just well as the longbar. Bit of a drought for NGC. Transition score of 490. Does get a Tetris. Still 100,000 points ahead. Oh no, Tristop. That's it. NGC man, GG's. You have made it into the finals. You have won the match 3-2. Tristop, don't go anywhere. You still have the 3rd place finals to play, so he is still eligible for the 20% prize pool fund, which is $30. So Tristop, you may have been the weakest link, but you are not out. In the meantime, let's sort out the next match, which will be the final quarterfinals of this bracket. Alright, it has taken a while, but we have finally got things figured out. This is the final quarterfinals match. Match number 5, so we have passed the halfway mark. We are now quite a bit behind schedule, so can I have readiness from both players and we can get on with the first game. Alright, Scotto's ready, just waiting on Torja. I hope Torja's max out club functions. Okay, both players are ready. Let's count them both down. In 3, 2, 1, Tetris. Oh, Torja accidentally started on level 19. No worries, just start again. That's fine. Just start again at level 18, Torja. It's early enough that we don't need a full restart. There we go. Alright, and both players are now underway. Scotto 10 lines ahead. He has scored 1 Tetris so far. Tetris for Scotto. Torja now just waiting for his first long bar. Scotto with a little bit of a hole in his stack, but solves it beautifully. Tetris for Torja. And Torja has taken the lead, despite being quite a few lines behind. Nice line spin by Scotto. Alright, Scotto has reached the 40 line mark with a score of 150. Decent pace. Torja. Working on row 2, which is perfectly fine usually. Does get a Tetris. 173 at the 40 line mark. Tetris for Torja, still going off of row number 2. Scotto just about passing 200,000 points after 60 lines. Unfortunately, that is not a Tetris roll from Scotto at column number 2, so he'll have to burn that down. In fact, both players doing a bit of burning right now. Triple for Torja. Gets a Tetris at row number 2 yet again. Halfway mark for both players. 236 for Torja. Already past halfway mark for Scotto at 220. So Torja's actually enjoying a 2 to 2.5 Tetris lead. Tetratosia. Scotto now having to do a bit of digging, reducing his efficiency further. Just trying to find the right pieces. Nice solve for the O and L pieces. Waiting for the J piece, Torja, to become Tetris ready. Fills it with a long bar, which is good enough. Another long bar comes, Tetris with Torja. Expanding his lead quite a bit. Now you could say he has a 4 Tetris lead. Oh, Torja having to do a little bit of tapping. But that's no worries since it is well within DAS limits. Tetratosia. Maintaining the lead of about 4 Tetrises. Both players getting quite close to transition. Torja can maybe get a 500k transition. Scotto, not so much. He can maybe get a 400k transition. So Scotto will have to do a bit of work if he wants to catch up, or hope that Torja tops out early. Torja's stack a little bit vulnerable, does get a long bar. Now opens up the long bar dependency on the left hand side of his stack. Does take a triple. Scotto waiting for the long bar to come. Where's the long bar? Long bar just refuses to come. And as such, Torja, you have won the first game. It is love to 1. Oh yeah, no S, no L, no I. I have that feeling all too often. Alright, let's await for readiness for both players. We can get on with game number 2. Is that the RAC 2 world record holder? I don't know. I do know Scotto has the RNG Manip world record of 1.5 million. A bit redundant nowadays, but it was a big deal when it was done during its time. Ready button isn't working. Okay, no worries. You are ready. Torja, when you are ready. Either just say it in chat or... Actually, I know what to do. Yep, I know. There we go. Alright, both players are ready. Let's count them both down. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, Tetris. Oh, Plants vs Zombies speedrun record. Oh, interesting. If that's what PVC means, that's how I read it in my head. Ooh, nasty misdrop on the Z piece for Scotto immediately. Can easily burn it out with the right pieces, and does so. Torja immediately with a long bar dependency. Over taps the long bar or over das it. Torja's already in serious trouble. And that's it. Scotto. An early top out by Torja means that you have already won this game. It is now 1-1. Alright. Yes, let's forget that has happened. And This match is actually best of 3. Now we're warmed up. Yep. Alrighty. When both players are ready, we'll count them both down. In 3, 2, 1, Tetris. Nice burns for Torja. Just waiting on the long bar. Gets a nice T piece. Solver dependency on left hand side. Needs to take a triple, but the long bar does come. Tetris for Scotto. Another touch for Scotto. Both players trading leads with each other. At the early game, they are both neck and neck with each other. Oh, Torja a little bit high up. Does take a series of safety burns. Oh my god, that SZ burst. But now has a J dependency in the center of his stack. Okay, Torja lives to tell the tale. Gets a Tetris. But he is now 1.5 Tetrises behind. And oh my goodness me, those adjustments that Torja did somehow worked out. Scotto now having a bit of a line drought of his own. Takes a double just as the long bar comes. Bit unlucky. But gets a Tetris. Another Tetris for Scotto. Oh, that Vitz. That was a good Vitz, because the long bar came next. And as such, I do not have to end the stream immediately.
As a result, this is one of the last great wilderness areas of the world.
Ooh, interesting T-tuck. Scotto a little bit high up. Needs good pieces, does get the L piece. Sorry, J piece, and gets the Tetris afterwards.
But the animals here are used to the bone-breaking temperatures.
Approaching line 80 for both players, and they are neck and neck with each other. 330,000 points each. This may come down to post-transition for game number 3. Both players trading leads with each other with Tetrises. Scotto having to take a few burns, but so does Torja. Torja now with a double L dependency. turns one into a long bar dependency and turns it into a dirty Tetris well over at the guideline well. Does take a double, which unfortunately means that it's been turned into a triple well. And at one point, I believe Torja had a 1 point lead. So very close indeed. But now, sorry, I was about to say NGC, but that was already passed. Scotto, what did have a 1 Tetris lead, now is back to a 1 Tetris lead. Both players now very close to transition. Torja with a vulnerable left-hand side does take the Tetris instead of filling the long bar dependency. Let's see how that works out. Scotto meanwhile Tetrises into level 19 with a score of 471. Torja with 450. So Scotto with a 1 Tetris lead into the level 19 transition. And for those of you that don't know, we now use the red and yellow lines in the middle of the screen that you can see, and that signifies full DAS limits. Red one being how far you can put a long bar to the left hand side, and the yellow being the same but instead of the right hand side. Scotto is slamming down some Tetrises, however, now in the lead by 70,000 points. Torja in the meantime with a few misdrops, having to do a bit of cleaning. Scotto still with a beautiful stack at level 21 now, at the post transition, that's what I meant to say. Torja might go for left well, and he instead takes a triple over at column number 1. Another Tetris for Scotto, 590 at level 22, 100,000 point lead now for Scotto. So Torja will have to pick up the pace a bit if he wants to catch up. Unfortunately, a long bar drought is coming for Torja, but the long bar does finally come for a Tetris. Another Tetris for Torja. Scotto now Tetris ready once again, having to take a few burns at level 23. Torja Tetris ready at level 23 as well. Scotto takes a Tetris into level 24 at a score of 650. Long bar comes for Torja. Doesn't go aggro with the long bar despite being behind. Interesting choice. Perhaps hoping for Scotto to top out. And Scotto does having to do a few burns. Does get some good pieces. Torja scoring a Tetris into 25. Now only 50,000 points behind. Scotto has managed to survive. Dugout scores a Tetris. Level 26 now. 700,000 points. Torja's now very high up. LJ piece. Can't get the J over. Instant top out. Scotto, GG's. You have won the game. It is now 2-1. Alright, both players are ready. Let's count them both down for game number 4. Uh, 3-1 Tetris. Immediate 1 pushdown point from Scotto. And Torja responds with some pushdown points of his own. As Harry Hong would say, see? Scotto with an interesting T-spin setup, turns into an S-spin setup, quite nice indeed. Unfortunately, that does not send garbage lines to his opponent. Tetris for both players. No immediate serious trouble from either of them. Throw a little bit of a SP spam for Scotto. He had to put it to the right hand side. So as such, Torja does take a 1 Tetris lead. Witz for Torja. Again, long bar came next. So it was legal, and I do not have to end the stream immediately. Simultaneous Tetris from both players, and they are just a single apart. And now they are just pushdown points apart. Ooh, early dash load on the J piece for Torja. Torja's now in serious trouble. He has to dig out of this, and he needs to survive, or otherwise he is eliminated. And this isn't the semi-finals. This is a quarterfinal. So if you're out, if you lose, you're out. No one-ups. Looks like Torja is just about surviving. Okay, needs a piece over to the left-hand side, which has to be quick-tapped. And he fails a quick-tap. That's it. Torja has topped out, and Scotto, congratulations, you have won the match 3-1. GG's to Scotto, you have gained a 1-up in the semi-finals. And unfortunately, as for you, Torja, I'm afraid you are the weakest link. See you next time. Alright, that's it for the quarterfinals. We now move on to the second semi-finals, which shall be between Scotto and Heps. So Scotto, don't go anywhere. You are playing straight away. And as for you, Heps, assuming that the link is the same, we'll get you right up. Alright, nice and prompt from Heps. He's immediately joined, so we can get right back into the main layout. 3 matches to go. We have the semi-finals, the third place finals, and then the finals. This is also the last match in which we have a best of 5. As I said at the start of the stream, for both the third place finals and the first place finals, it will be a best of 7. Scotto is immediately ready. We'll just wait on Heps. And good news is that we are now on track, on schedule. Alright, both players are ready. Let's count them both down. In 3, 2, 1, Tetris. One pushdown point from Scotto, as he traditionally does. Tetris for Scotto. Tetris for Heps. Both players at 1.5 pace. Scotto approved. Yes, I do agree, Zedwing. Timings are crucial. Step 1 is timing, and step 2 is good RNG. Alright, looks like Heps is enjoying a 2/3 of a Tetris lead. Scotto getting quite high up. Takes a stripple. And yes, don't early top out. And step 4, don't use emulator. Alright, looks like nearing the 40 line mark, Heps has actually managed to grow his lead to 2 Tetrises. So a nice start for him. Unfortunately, Heps does have to take a triple. Norris Torja, it's been a pleasure having you. Thanks for qualifying, and hope to see you at the real tournament. Scotto manages to score a T-spin double, sending 4 lines of garbage to his opponent. Heps now just waiting for a long bar to cancel out those garbage, and he does. Tetris for Heps. Heps now with a T-spin nothing. Unfortunately, that does not send any garbage. The lead of Heps has shrunk a little bit, now down to just 1 Tetris, passing the halfway mark. Both players now might be thinking of looking for a 500k transition. There's technically 2 finals. The true finals are last, the first place. So I could say grand finals, but I don't like saying grand finals. I just like saying finals. So the 3rd place match will be after this one. Scotto with a bit of a dependent stack going on right now. Really could do with a long bar. He does get a long bar. Stack a little bit dicey now. And as such, Heps has grown his lead once again to 3 Tetrises this time round. Scotto needs an LJ piece. Gets a long bar instead. Now could do with an L piece. Does get the L piece. Now waiting for a Z piece. A J followed by an L piece works out. Now waiting on the J piece to be fully clean. And Scotto is fully clean. However, he is now 70,000 points behind after that Tetris. Heps, in the meantime, could look for a 550k transition. Some more Tetrises for Heps. grown his lead to 100,000 points. More burning for Scotto. He'll have to make sure that he is fully clean for the post-transition. And Tetris for Heps. And Heps transition score of 540. NG's, I keep saying that. Scotto transition score of 430. So over 100,000 point lead. Heps with another Tetris. So Scott will have to do something about that. Oh, nice quick tap on the J piece. Oh, but misdrops on the Z piece. Heps in the meantime having to do a little bit of cleaning, but opens it up. Tetris for Heps. Heps is now actually getting close to max out pace. Scotto in the meantime still cleaning. He's gonna have to hope for Heps to top out pretty soon. Otherwise this will be close to insurmountable. Another quick tap on the J piece for Scotto. Just pure survival mode, and that J piece misdrop might do it for him. Oh, yep, there is nothing else he can do. Heps, you have won the first game. It's his love to one. Alright, after both players are ready and the countdown commences, boop, I'll have to take a few minutes break. I'll do the countdown anyway. In 3, 2, 1, Tetris, and I will be right back. Alright, I am back. Looks like Scotto is enjoying an early lead of about 2 Tetrises. And also, the second playlist has just ended. So now I have to go on to my third playlist. And then if that runs out, well, I guess we'll just have to play the OG CTM music, which I am allowed to do. Where is it? There it is. Okay, back to the game. Scotto maintaining his 2 Tetris lead. So you can be literally the worst, most biased, extremely late, bad internet, not do any score checks, leave to go to the bathroom in the middle of the show when the players have to go back to work, run out of graphics, say weird things about straight people to make a point about bigots, and be not enough of a meme to still make the list. What did Poopy do? Kill someone? Well, I guess so. Anyway, back to the commentary. And it looks like it's neck and neck between these two players over at the halfway mark. Tetris Habs, he reaches the halfway mark with a score of 230. Scotto 260. So Scotto having a modest 1 Tetris lead after the halfway mark. Nice adjustment for Hebs to accommodate for the S piece. Tetris for Hebs, passing 300,000 points. Quite a solid game by both players, no major mistakes. Just a series of necessary burns. Interesting line spin from Scotto. I don't think that actually accomplished anything. Tetris for Heps. Another Tetris for Heps. Ooh, misdrop for Scotto. Oh, another misdrop on the S piece. Scotto's in serious trouble, and that's it. Scotto suffers a somewhat early top out, and Heps, you are good. You have taken the second game. It is love to 2, and you are now threatening to sweep Scotto. GG's. We'll just await on readiness, and both players are ready. Let's count them both down. In 3, 2, 1, Tetris. Tetris for Scotto, Tetris for Heps. Alright, both players stacking nicely. Scotto is going off of row 2, but again, that's perfectly fine. It's only really at row 3 and upwards where it starts to become really troublesome. In my opinion, at least. In the meantime, in terms of scores, both of them very close to each other. No distinctive advantage for either player. Nice T-fluck from Scotto. That's the thing that Moodoos does quite a lot. And I do too, except I can't do them well. Not reliably, at least. Heb's a little bit high up, does have some room to burn with, does get 2 long bars to slam down back-to-back Tetrises. And once again, No distinctive advantage for either player after 50 lines. Still no advantage nearing the halfway mark. It's got to a little bit of a burning situation, and for the first time, Heps has the advantage with a 2 Tetris lead after 80 lines. Heps actually picking up the pace quite a bit. 400,000 before line 90. So Scott will have to do something about that. It's all or nothing for him. If he loses this game, he will lose the match. But he will have a second chance at the third place finals. Tetris for Heps, still maintaining the 2 Tetris lead. Tetris for Scotto. Now approaching transition for both players. Still a 2 Tetris lead for Heps. One Tetris to go to transition for Heps. Now Tetris ready. Scotto just waiting for the good pieces. Those good pieces just not coming. Heps transitions for a score of 576. A pretty good score, to say the least. Scotto does transition with a bit of an awkward stack. Barely gets the O-piece over with full DAS. Oh, Scotto's in serious trouble. It's a long bar or bust. And that's it. Scotto can't do anything else. Heps, congratulations, you have swept the competition. You have won this match, love to free, and you will move on to the finals. Scotto, on the other hand, don't go anywhere, because you will be playing straight away afterwards for the third place finals, of which I will set up right now. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, it has been set up. We have 2 matches to go. The bronze match and then the gold match. Alright, just a reminder to you, Scotto and Tristop. This is a best of 7. So you have to win 4 games. And since this is a third place finals, the winner of this match will walk away with 20% of the prize pool, which stands at $30. The loser, on the other hand, becomes the weakest link and walks away with nothing. So in that sense, this match it's in some ways more important than the true finals, because this has either you win some money or you win no money. But for the true finals, you win money regardless. Alright, both players are ready. Let's get on with game number 1 of the third place finals. In 3, 2, 1, Tetris. Oh, immediate misstruck for Tristop at the first piece. Bit of an oopsie moment for him. 2 wasted burned lines. Tristop already quite high up. Bit of a spy in the centre of his stack, but does get the long bar and gets Tetris. Tetris for Scotto. Deciding to take the Tetris instead of burning on Umai. Does get bailed out with another long bar, however. Tristop, in the other hand, now enjoying a 2 Tetris lead despite the somewhat troublesome start. Oh, gets spammed with O pieces, more O pieces for Tristop. Oof, Tristop is now in serious trouble. Can just about get out of this. Perfect L piece. Good RNG for Tristop. Gets out of it. Now needs a J piece or a long bar. Immediately gets the long bar. And now Tristop is perfectly clean. However, his lead has been reduced. Oh no. Tristop just set up a delayed vids. That's it. Stream's over, guys. My soul has left my body. And Tristop yet again immediately gets the long bar upon setting up a long bar dependency, and immediately gets an L piece upon setting up an L dependency. I have to say, Tristop's RNG is just giving him all the pieces he needs right now. And as such, he still has a 1.5 Tetris lead. Scott, on the other hand, not so good pieces. RNG is not favouring him. Simultaneous Tetris for both players. Tristop now having a 3 Tetris lead past the halfway mark. 250 for Scotto compared with 316 for Tristop. Tristop with a bit of a skim setup. Skim setup solved. Oh, Tristop just about getting the J piece over. Scotto now having a long bar drought into the 30s. Finally comes. Lead is now 4 Tetrises for Tristop. Oh, Tristop a little bit high up, gets a quick tap on the Z piece, takes a necessary triple. Now his drought counter's going up. Now into the 30s. Oh. Does finally get the long bar, but at the wrong time. Tristop survives a dangerous situation. Both players now just 20 lines away to transition. Once again, still a 4 Tetris lead for Tristop. So Scotto will have to pull something out in post-transition. Oh, just about getting the L piece over. And for once, Tristop is actually getting a bit of bad pieces. But, oh, nice adjustment on the T piece. With that Tetris, Tristop transitions with a score of 5.06. Scotto transition score of 4.33. Nice quick tap on the T piece from Tristop, another Tetris. Ooh, Tristop knew he lost DAS from that Z piece, so dead dropped the long bar instead of going for the Tetris. Lead has now grown to over 100,000 points, although there is a slight line difference. So it's actually 100,000 points. A little bit of a troublesome stack for Tristop. Needs an L. Oh, quick taps a S piece instead. Very nice. Another Tetris for Tristop. He's actually at max out pace right now. Oh, Scotto's in trouble. He does get bailed out with a long bar. Tristop getting a little high once again. Takes double the O piece, followed by a Tetris. Another Tetris from Tristop. Excellent DAS control. Tristop well into maxed out pace, now over 200,000 points into the lead. Getting close to insurmountable. Scotto pretty much needs to pray for Tristop to top out right away. Oh, excellent RNG from Tristop to solve that situation. Gets the L piece. Tristop needing to do another quick tap, does get it. Oh, miss drop from Tristop. Oh, Tristop tops out at 8-2-1, and this is claimable. Scotto can definitely claim this. I don't know how many lines, how many burns he has. I think it's 4 or 8. 4 or 8 burns that Scotto has. Yeah, it's 4 burns. Scotto has 4 burns to take this game. Alright, and that does it Excellent game by Scotto, coming back. Scotto wins the game. And it is 1-0. By virtue of surviving a bit longer, Scotto comes back from a over 200,000 point deficit at one point. Alright, Tristop is also ready, so he can count them both down. In 3, 2, 1, Tetris. Oh no, now it's Scotto's turn to do delayed vits. Takes a triple. And there's a long bar drought. This is what happens when you do delayed vits. Long bar does eventually come. Goodbye stream, yep. It's been cancelled twice. Not just once, twice. Ooh, and I think Tristop Internet may have went. Carry on playing Scotto for now. That was game 1. Tristop, your maxed out club has become frozen. And your cam has also gone. I think Tristop may have lost internet. If Tristop doesn't come back by, say, line 50, then we might have to do a restart. Okay. Okay. In that case, Scotto, please top out. I'm going to give you the same option that I gave to Heps, which is that you may either force a restart or take the game. It is your choice. Okay, we shall do a restart. Alright, game 2 has been scrapped. And we'll just wait for Tristop to have his internet come back. Alright, both players are ready. Let's restart game number 2. In 3, 2, 1, Tetris. Scotto with 1 pushdown point, as he always does. Scotto remaining his 100% rate after taking that skim. In fact, both players slamming down those Tetrises. And we are back to a 1-point lead for Scotto. Tristop with a dirty Tetris at column number 2. Very nice indeed. Ooh, Tristop could have rotated the L piece the other way to accommodate for the J piece. Scotto getting a little bit high up. Oh, that was a very high adjustment from Scotto. He had to think very quickly as to what to do with that T piece, depending on what piece came next. And he planned out accordingly and correctly. Both players are actually quite close to each other. Scotto just a 1 Tetris lead, taken into account line differences. Ooh, oh, terrible pieces for Scotto, but he does get the long bar. But Scotto now does have a forced long bar dependency. He does get the long bar. The game almost taketh away, so to say. Tetris for Tristop. Tetris for Scotto. Tetris for Tristop. In terms of pace, Tristop has a 1 triple lead. So not much at all. Practically nothing. Oh, Tristop's really high up. Oh, Tristop's in serious trouble, and he will top out. An early top out by Tristop. Scotto, you have taken the second heart. It is 2 to love. Now as compensation for last game. But Scotto still has to win 2 more games. Remember, this is a best of 7. Alright, both players are ready. Let's count them both down. In 3, 2, 1, Tetris. Yes, Tristop rolling on the rotation keys. Technically not against the rules, but shake my head, my head. Why is this best of 7? Because it's the finals. Still technically 3rd place finals, but whatever. Whatever you say, Somalian. want me to call it the losers finals. I could call it the losers finals instead. Now, Somalin, you came infinity place because you are now disqualified. Anyway, back into the game. Tristop actually with a pretty pog pace right now. 200,000 after 40 lines. Only the second time this has happened. Scotto with 170,000 after 40 lines. Still pretty good, to say the least. Ooh, Tristop with a S-piece misdrop on the left-hand side. Perhaps didn't have full DAS or failed a quick tap. A little bit of that may have just been tapped at full DAS by Scotto on the J piece. Third place bunny match, yes indeed. Ooh, Tristop's getting high up again. Does get a Tetris. Ooh, a little bit high up for Scotto once again, but does get the J piece over. Both players quite close to each other, in fact. Tetris for Scotto. Oh, but gets an early DAS load. Both players still quite close to each other. Tristop scoring a dirty Tetris. Oh, Tristop stacks a little bit vulnerable right now. Oh, does get the long bar. Tristop continuing to play quite dirty. Row 4, looks like. But he's starting to burn it down a little bit. Scotto going for a bit of left whale action. Just waiting on the long bar. Long bar does come, and nice piece, nice Z piece for a perfect transfer. Tetris for Scotto. And in terms of pace, Scotto has a 1 Tetris lead. We're both quite close to transition. Tristop needs to clean this up as quickly as he can. Otherwise he may not survive level 19. Alright, Tristop is completely long bar dependent. Needs the quick tap, gets the quick tap. Tristop's in serious trouble. Needs an 8 high. He gets the 8 high quick tap. That was a 8 high or die moment, and he gets it. Nice Tetris. Tristop survives. But Scotto with a 2 Tetris lead into level 20. So let's see what Tristop can do to combat that. Already at 620 at level 20 for Scotto. Tristan going a bit aggro. Tetris ready. Just waiting on the long bar. Where's the long bar for Tristan? Long bar does come, but a bit late. Tetris again, runs again. Tristan gets a Tetris, but now is 100,000 points ahead. Sorry, behind. Scott already at 750 at level 23. That's starting to get some. Oh, beautiful RNG. Finally, oh, beautiful sequence of pieces for Scotto. Finally, the game is giving him the pieces that he needs. Tristan still alive, but 100,000 points behind. Couldn't get a Tetris that long bar because of the quick tap that he did. Another Tetris for Tristan. Just starting to claw back a little bit. Playing really high. Tetris for Tristan. Long bar for Scotto. Still about 2 Tetris ahead. We're now approaching the late game. 26 plus. Simultaneous Tetris for both players. Tristan still needed to put his foot to the floor. Long bar dependency for Scotto, but gets the long bar. Oh, Tristan's in serious trouble. I don't think there's much he can do here. Oh, gets the quick tap, but no, that's it. And it is now 3-0 to Scotto. Let's see what Scotto can do. I think 1.1 is technically possible. Needs an L piece. Okay, 1.1 is no longer possible. But a very nice score from Scotto. Max out to plus 62,000 points. GG's. So now, Scotto is threatening to sweep Tristan in the best of 7. Tristan now has to win 4 games in a row in order to win $30. Can't believe I missed my perfect clear. I missed a perfect clear. We sent 10 oh, of course. That's why Tristan topped out, because you sent him 10 lines of garbage. I actually missed a perfect clear. Wow. Anyway, both players are ready. Let's count them both down. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, Tetris. I have no idea what that is, Nomori. Probably some perfect clear opener. Alright, Tristan with an early 1 Tetris lead. However, it does have some... Oh, he's going for the column 2 Tetris well. does get the long bar. Wow, that's very aggressive. So just a reminder to everyone in the audience, this is a third place finals. It is a best of 7, and Scotto is currently threatening to sweep Tristop 4-0. And if he is successful, will walk away with $30. Scotto, they're actually quite close to each other in terms of pace. Nice S-spin. Ooh, that S-piece for Tristop came at an awkward moment. Ooh, Tristop in a little bit of spot of bother. Nice skim with the T-piece. Oh, sorry, L-piece I think that was. Gets a long bar, gets a Tetris, and another Tetris. Now Scotto is a little bit higher, but does get a Tetris. Nice skim with the J piece. Tristop getting a little bit high up. Oh, he refused to triple. Ooh, 30-piece drought. The long bar does eventually come. That was a little bit tight for Tristop. Refused to triple and almost paid the price. Nice Z spin, but miss drop on the L piece. Does tuck one in. Okay, Tristop has managed to recover, but as such is now behind in terms of pace. About 3 Tetrises, I would say. Maybe even a little bit more. Ooh, Tristop once again a little bit high up. 30-piece drought. Tristop really needs that long bar. Refused to double with the L piece. 42-piece drought. This is it. Tristop suffers a game-ending drought. Scotto, congratulations. You walk away with $30 as you have won the third place match 4-0. Unfortunately for you, Tristop, you are the weakest link. You walk away with absolutely nothing. See you at the real tournament. We'll allow Scotto to finish off this game, as we are actually well ahead of schedule. Oh my god, is he actually going to survive this? No way he's going to survive this. Oh my god, he got this long bar. He needs another long bar though. Will RNG help him out? Oh, no it doesn't. Unfortunate. Almost got out of a dangerous situation. Lol, imagine, yep. But regardless, congratulations Scotto. You get third place. We can now move on to our true finals. Alright, just a couple of more things to do on my end. Alright, the finals are now set up, and when both players are ready, I think it's time to put on the OG CTM music. I think it just feels appropriate. So we'll just wait for these two to warm up. So just as a reminder, the winner of this match will walk away with 50% of the prize pool, which is $75. The loser of this match will still walk away with 30% of the prize pool, which stands at $45. So $30 is at stake here, which is the same as the third place finals, funnily enough. Alright, NGC is ready. We'll just wait on Heps, and then we can start the music and start the countdown. Good luck and have fun to both players. Sorry, that was a little bit loud. My fault there. Alright, NGC with an immediate longbar dependency that got solved very quickly. Wow. Tetris for both players. Heps enjoying a early 1 Tetris lead. NGC having to do a few burns. Perhaps taking a safety triple. Now ahead by 2 Tetrises. Oh, Heps with that quick tap completely lost DAS, but because this is at level 18, it doesn't matter. Can get the longbow over to the right hand side. Oh, nice adjustment from Heps. Now is ahead by 100,000 points already. NGC with a Centerwell Tetris. Pep's a little bit high up. Does get something over to the left hand side. Now needs a J piece. Gets the J piece for a triple. NGC now working from row number 2 against Tetris. Heps with a little... Ooh, Heps is now in the littlest spot of bother. Needs an L piece. Oh, oh my god, that's the filthiest Tetris I have ever seen in competition. That was insanely filthy by Heps. RNG was about to taketh away, but RNG decided to giveth. Heps lives to tell the tale. Wow. Now Heps needing another J piece left hand side, can put an O piece in there. Okay. 39 longbow drought for Heps. And Heps is actually 10 lines ahead, so taking that into account, NGC Man isn't actually that far behind. He may actually be ahead in terms of pace. Heps with some kind of tuck setups that couldn't be solved. Tetris for NGC. Heps now working on row 4, quite high up indeed. Tetris for Heps. Stacking as his, oh, beautiful RNG. Pow stacking and getting away with it. NGC Man still having technically a pace lead despite being behind in score because, again, 10 line difference. We're approaching transition for both players. Heps can maybe get a 450. NGC also can maybe get a 450. Nice J spin from Heps. Just waiting on the long bar. Heps will transition score of 447. NGC still 1 Tetris away from transitioning. And NGC will transition with a score of 463, so indeed slightly ahead. Tetris for Heps. This is actually quite a close game by both players. Both players stacking really well. Tetris for NGC. NGC still technically having the pace lead, despite being behind in score, but also behind in lines by 10 lines. Very solid game by both players. Let's see if this gets to kill screen. $600,000 into level 22 for NGC, just below max out pace. Same with Heps, just below max out pace. Heps having to do a few burns. Oh, NGC with early DAS load on the L piece. Okay, he can survive this. He got good pieces. Ooh, NGC getting into some serious trouble now. Oh, barely clinging on to survival. Heps in the meantime actually starting to run away because of this dig. Oh my god, barely got that S over. Oh, a filthy Tetris from NGC man if he gets long bar, but nope, drought. Heps, you have won the first game. Just 1-0. GG's. Yep. That's what DAS does to you. If you commit one mistake with DAS, it's a 50-50 chance, it's practically an instant game over. Alright, both players are ready. Let's count them both down for game number 2 of the finals. In 3, 2, 1, Tetris. Perfect start for NGC man, and the perfect start for Heps as well. Simultaneous Tetris from both players yet again. Tetris number 3 for both players. Heps waiting on the long bar. Having to take a few burns instead. Ooh, NGC getting a little bit high up. Takes a nice triple. So far, at the early stages of the game, Heps is enjoying a half a Tetris lead. Oh my goodness me, that adjustment by NGC man. Just about within full DAS limits. We are now at line 50 for both players, with NGC man at about 250, And Heps, if he gets that Tetris, also at 250. They are both neck and neck with each other. Alright, we're past the halfway mark for both players. NGC with an impressive 330. Heps with 300,000. So NGC enjoying a 1 Tetris lead. Even so, I know both players have actually pretty good pace. They both can get a 600k transition. And if we do get that, then maybe we can see something special. Nice adjustment in the T-piece from Heps. 400,000 by line 80 for NGC, man. For any game that reaches that far with that high of a score, that has serious potential. Not a lot of games go that far with that kind of pace. Unfortunately, NGC is slightly losing out on the POG pace, or hot paces, as I like to say it. But now instead both players are neck and neck with each other practically. .450 at line 100, 470 at line 100 for NGC and Heps respectively. $500,000 flat at line 110. 600k transition is still on the cards for Heps. It's still also on the cards for NGC, man. We could have a double 600. And that's the kind of scores you expect for a finals. Safety triple from Heps after a long bar drought is coming. 1 Tetris to go for Heps. 600k is dead because of that drought. In fact, a series of pretty bad pieces for Heps. He has to do some burning into transition. Score of 660. NGC on the other hand, transitions score of 620. Quite a high score indeed. Oh, that long bar flat was interesting. Needs a T piece or a Z piece. Okay. 600k at level 21 for Heps. 700k at level 21 for NGC, man. That is merchant max out pace to say the least. Ooh, all 3 S pieces in a row. Ooh, Heps is getting a little bit high up. LJ, long bar. Needs pieces to the left. Needs to, oh, gets that over. Now needs a long bar. Nice quick tap on the J piece, but it's just a long bar drought coming for Heps. There's nothing much he can do. NGC, you take the game, and it is now 1-all. What was a best of 7 has now become a best of 5. Alright, NGC's ready, we'll just wait for Heps. Looks like he's taking a quick break. Alright, both players are ready. Let's count them both down. 3, 2, 1, Tetris. Tetris for NGC. Alright, Hep's already enjoying a 2 Tetris lead in the early game. Now reduced to 1 Tetris after a series of burns that Heps has to take. And now, yep, it's still 1 Tetris lead. Ooh, interesting. Almost a miss drop from Heps. Just about recovered. Just waiting on the long bar for Heps. Bit of a drought counter going, does get the long bar, gets Tetris. Alright, both players close to line 40. Alright, Heps reaches line 40 with a score of 150. NGC with 170. So this time NGC has taken a 1 Tetris lead. Past the early game. Simultaneous Tetris from both players. Now NGC has a 2 Tetris lead. Alright, both players have passed the halfway mark. 250 for Heps, 270 for NGC. Still maintaining that 1 Tetris lead. Both players can maybe hope for a 500k transition. Heps a little bit high up, having to take some skims up high. Does get a long bar for a Tetris. Maintaining the 2 Tetris lead for NGC. Line number 100 for both players. Still a 2 Tetris lead in terms of pace for NGC. Ooh, NGC refuses to take a triple, instead going for a left well. Quite aggressive. Takes a triple anyway. And perhaps because of that, the lead has now been reduced to practically nothing. NGC only ahead by a triple. Heps looking for one more Tetris to get into transition. Tetris ready, gets a long bar for a Tetris. Level 19 for Heps with a score of 550. Tetris for NGC. Tetris's transitions with a score of 550. Let's see how both players play out. This is literally he who plays better wins the game, quite simply. Tetris for both players. This is actually very, very close in terms of pace now. No one person has the advantage. Waiting on the long bar for NGC man's in a bit of trouble now. He needs the long bar. Does get it, but one piece too late. Oh, a missed drop again. NGC's in serious trouble now. Oh, and that's it. 6-1-6. And Heps! That was a free game. Oh wait, yep. Heps actually takes it, sorry. I think Heps took a Tetris somewhere and took the game. I'm getting tired. For some reason I thought NGC was in the lead when Heps topped out, but no. That's just my brain going kaput. It's now 2-1 to Heps. GG's. Alright, both players are ready. Let's count them both down. In 3, 2, 1, Tetris. Alright, both players are very close to each other. Tetris for Heps taking a 1 Tetris lead. Another Tetris for Heps. Tetris for NGC. Oh, NGC man with a delayed Vits, yet again. That's 3 times my soul has left my body. NGC with all sorts of dependencies. Gets 2 of them filled, but still has 1 more. And the 3rd one finally gets filled. In terms of pace, there is no difference between either of the two. Just a single difference. Tetris, Tetris. Actually, they're both at the exact same pace. No difference whatsoever. Except for some pushdown points. Wow, they're both still very close to each other. Nothing else much to say. Both with clean stacks. No major mistakes. And a 2/3 of a Tetris lead for Heps. Heps a little bit high up, but does get a Tetris. Tetris for NGC, Tetris for Heps. Heps still maintaining a 2/3 Tetris lead. Perhaps closer to 3/4. Both players stacking really well. Oh, and they both have the exact same pace once again after 101 lines. Oh, that forced triple by NGC, man. Now NGC is ahead by half a triple. Alright, for the first time in quite a while, looks like NGC has a pace lead of about 1 Tetris. Although this is due in part to a long bar drought that Heps has suffered. Both players now very close to transition. NGC will do so with a score of 578. Heps will transition score of 540. Oh, that Z quick tap looked like a quick tap. Might have to check that out. Ooh, Heps has a center well, does get a dirty center well. Heps having to do a bit of burning. 604 compared to 660 at level 22 for NGC. This is solid max out pace. NGC being ahead by 2 Tetrises. In terms of pace, oh, Heps is really high up. Gets no pieces at all. And all of a sudden, a best of 7 became a best of 5, became a best of 3. Oh, we have done one loop of this play track. We're gonna have to do another loop. If this gets to a decider, I will switch out to another special song. Alright, both players are ready. Let's count them both down. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, Tetris. Alright, Tetris by both players. Ooh, Hep's a little bit dangerous on the left-hand side. Gets the long bar. That was a little bit dangerous for Heps. But gets the long bar for a Tetris. Alright, both players surpassing line number 40. Heps at 190. NGC with 173. Ooh, Heps in a little bit of spot of bother. Ooh, Heps in, okay, can get the long bar over. It now needs 2 long bars, puts J-piece in one of them. And Heps is now clean once again. And gets a long bar for a Tetris. Alright. Halfway mark for Heps, 250. Can maybe look for a 500k transition. Also 250 for NGC. So both players neck and neck with each other. Looking for a 500k transition. Both players stack quite jagged. Oh, nice long bar for Heps. NGC man enjoying a 1.5 Tetris lead now in terms of pace. adjustment to accommodate for the Z piece. Ooh. Hep's failing to get a quick tap on the L piece. Does get the long bar over. Gets a Tetris. Now waiting on the T piece for a T-spin, but passes over it. Bails out on it, sorry. Nice long bar. Heps has run the once again clean, but he is behind by 70,000 points now. 413 compared to 486 for NGC at very similar line counts. Whoever wins this game will take match point. So quite a vital game for both players, as this will decide who will have the advantage going to game number 6. Alright, Heps transitions with a score of 470, NGC with a score of 560. Ooh, NGC is in serious trouble. Oh, gets a filthy Tetris, and that will save him. Wow, I didn't actually see that that was the possibility. Oh, NGC just about surviving. Kind of bailed out by RNG, but playing DAS is basically RNG. Almost. But both players are neck and neck with each other. But after that Tetris by NGC, he does take a 1 Tetris lead in terms of pace. Both players with max out pace. Will we see a double max out? That is a possibility. Both players again neck and neck with each other. Tetris for NGC. Heps having to do a bit of cleaning. His pace has been reduced slightly to just below max out pace. Both players score a Tetris. This is a very close game. Crucial game for both players. So they are playing the heart out. Triple followed by Tetris for NGC man. There is still no one player has an advantage yet in terms of pace. And this is going into the late game, level 26. Oh, NGC lost DAS with the S piece. That could be crucial. Will he go filthy? No, he won't. But a series of burns means that Heps now has about a third of a Tetris lead, taking into account that the amount of points, of course, you get is increased for each level. Now NGC with a little bit of a lead. This might come down to the last level. This is very close. Heps 1 Tetris away from maxing out. Oh. Heps cannot burn anymore if he wants a Tetris. And Max Out is dead. And unfortunately, oh, that was a very close game. Very close game. And that Tetris sealed the deal. NGC already won before kill screen and he's excited. He takes the advantage. Oh. It is now 2-3. NGC with match point. Heps is already ready. Just wait for NGC to perhaps calm down. He only needs to win one more game and they're both ready. Let's count them down. Heps has to win this game to force a decider. Tetris from both players. Simultaneous Tetris from both players, both of them pretty much at the exact same pace. Tetris for Heps, NGC taking a safety triple. Ooh, NGC with some miss drops. Does get a Tetris, but it's cleaning mode now for NGC. Heps in the meantime has a 1.5 Tetris lead in terms of pace. As a result, now it's 2.5 Tetrises. Nice adjustment for Heps to accommodate, for the L piece. Gets a long bar straight afterwards. 70,000 point lead for Heps. This is exactly what he needs to force a decider if he keeps on going like this. Heps with 380 after 80 lines, pretty good pace. Tetris for NGC. lead still about 2 Tetrises for Heps. Heps is bringing on the heat. Oh, missed line spin for NGC. More burnt lines from him necessary. The lead has now grown to about 3 Tetrises for Heps. Both players now are getting close to transition. Heps now getting quite close to transition. Lead still hovering around about 2 Tetrises. One more Tetris to go for Heps before transitioning. Just waiting on the long bar for Heps. Where's the long bar? Takes a double. Long bar does come, but a little bit late, and Heps will transition about 560. NGC with 480. So NGC, if he wants to win the tournament, he has to bring on the heat himself. For Heps, it's do or die. Oh, that L piece! Oh, Heps get bailed out with a long bar. RNG favours him. That could have been it. Oh, that was nerve-wracking for Heps. Didn't get full DAS on the L piece and almost topped out as a result. Still has a 100,000 point lead, but by no means enough to guarantee a win. It is up to NGC to push the pace, so to speak. But the lead is just growing and growing now. Now up to 150,000 points. Heps showing what he can do. This win, if NGC wants to win the tournament, he has to get it. With blood, sweat and tears. 800,000 at level 24 for Heps. Whereas only 650 for NGC. 150,000 point lead. Another Tetris for Heps. Still surmountable, but it's getting a bit tight now. 872 into level 26, now approaching the late game. And this is now getting close to insurmountable for NGC. Ooh. Ooh, Heps getting a bit of bad pieces. Wow, that's some bad pieces. NGC, you can. This is beatable. 911 is what you need to win the tournament. This is tournament point for NGC, man. Oh my god, my computer froze. Oh my god. NGC needs 1 Tetris. He might not get it. He cannot get it. NGC had tournament point. And did not get it. Can't believe my computer decided to freeze at that exact moment. Well, I guess I need to switch up to my special music then. Alright, both players, I'm going to take 1 minute. So you two just calm down a bit and we'll get on with the decider after a minute. Alright, let me just quickly get things set up. Oh, come on. Okay, that's that. Alright, we shall count them both down. 3, 2, 1, Tetris. Alright, solid start from both players. I'll show the bracket after this game, since this is the last game of the entire test tournament. Still Flex Star? Yes, it is. Alright, Hep's enjoying a half a Tetris lead. Hep's now with a 1.5 Tetris lead. NGC gets that L piece, J piece over just about. Halfway mark for NGC, 240. Lead still about 2 Tetrises. NGC. Okay. That was a little bit scary for a moment. Lead extended to about 3 Tetrises now for Heps. Yes, the lines represent full DAS. Well, both players are still alive, so it looks like I'm going to have to move on to the final music as they both transition. Just 20 lines to go. This is do or die for both players. Heps still with a 2 to 3 Tetris lead. Now just 2 Tetrises to go for both players. NGC transitions with a score of 530. Oh my god, that's my fault. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. No way! Play this out, NGC. You're allowed to play this out if you want to. Heps is absolutely crushed. An immediate post-transition top out. Ladies and gentlemen, we have our test tournament champion. NGC Man has won the test tournament by 4 games to 3. And as such, you will walk away with $75. Heps, you will still walk away with a second place prize pool of $45. Well played, both. That was a great set. I'm glad I've turned the finals into a best of 7. I think it was worthwhile doing that. I think it's fair to say that this has been a success. Alright, let me update the bracket. There we go. The bracket has been completed. Let's have a look. There you go. This is the final bracket. Alright, I guess we'll start from the beginning of the bracket. So, Pixelandy over at top with a fantastic qualifier. However, did get eliminated. A massive upset, in fact, in the first round against DMJ. Tristop and Geo makes up the middle seeds, with Tristop winning on a decider. Tugi and Sofa. Tugi, rather surprisingly actually, managed to sweep Sofa. Sofa's a very strong DAS player. It was just one of his off days. NGC beat Ian 3-1. P. Carrick, our C2, also got defeated. He also had a good qualifier. He got swept by Torja, so Seed 1 and Seed 2 got eliminated in round 1. Scotto managed to beating Alice, aka Knight, in another sweep 3-0. Heps beating Stone, or higher average than Torja, 3-0. Seed 3 was the highest seed that managed to survive round 1. And of course, probably the biggest upset of them all, Sharky versus Dimsy, which Dimsy managed to sweep Sharky 3-0. Then we go over to round 2, where DMJ, although he is indeed a very strong player, Tristop, with his world record DAS score, was just too good, managed to sweep in 3-0. NGC managing to beat Tugi, an incredibly strong opponent, 3-2 in a decider. Scotto managed to beat Torja 3-1, the 1.5 million RNG Manip. Heps managing to sweep Dimsy. Then we go on to the semi-finals, where NGC just about managing to beat Tristop. Both of them absolutely dangerous players. It was just a matter of who's better at the moment, and that moment was NGC. And Heps probably one of the best DAS players in the world. One of the best UK DAS players, at least. If not one of the best UK players, full stop, managing to beat Scotto 3-0. Then we have our bronze finals, Scotto being Tristop in a sweep, quite surprisingly in fact. So Scotto will walk away with $30. Congratulations to Scotto. And of course our finals, where we had a tremendous decider, NGC, seed number 5, beating Heps 4-3. Oops, long one. Well, that's it from me. Does anyone have any raid suggestions? I suppose I can look for one myself. We actually ended up finishing about half an hour ahead of schedule. Pretty good. Pretty good indeed. Any suggestions for raids? I think we'll raid Eevee. It's either Eevee or Wombo. Or Cosmic, or Hebney, but we'll do Eevee. I just need to type it out. Wrong one. There we go. Alright everyone, this has been the CTDAS test tournament. Thank you all so much for watching, and I will see you all in the real tournament. Qualifying will start around about late January or early February. But until then, take care. Have a great day, everyone.